North Platte will touch the wall first, followed by Kearney, and this one's going to be close. McCook and North Platte battling it out for third here.
Very close.
It will be North Platte to take third.
Right.
In Heat 3, we have Blazon Mooney from McCook High School. In Lane 2, we have Savion Marquez from Scottsbluff-Garing. In Lane 3, we have Joshua Hoff from Lincoln Northeast. In Lane 4, we have A.B. Martinez from Hastings. In Lane 5, we have Tyler Fogel from Scottsbluff-Garing. In Lane 6, we have Chase Harper from Hastings. And in Lane 7, we have Sam Becker from Pius.
Heat number 3.
And Pius taking an early lead here. Followed by Hastings and Scottsbluff-Garing.
This one already seems a lot more split up than the last two.
You have races like that.
Lane 7 seems to be finished.
Yep, Pius takes first. In second, Scottsbluff-Garing. In third, Hastings. And it will be Scottsbluff-Garing, not Hastings, Scottsbluff-Garing to touch the wall second, Hastings third. Next race is the girls' 200-yard IM. In lane 1, you got Dakota Martin from Pius. In lane 2, you got Callie Barty from Kearney. In lane 3, you got Hannah Dankert from Grand Island. In lane 4, you got Gracie Wilson from Grand Island. In lane 5, you got Elsie Maxwell from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 6, you have Lily Brennan from Grand Island. In lane 7, you have Caitlin Mosul from Hastings. And in lane 8, you got Cameron Nelson from Lincoln Northeast. Lanes to watch are lanes 4 and 5 of Grand Island and Lincoln Northeast. Goes top pair, Grand Island, Lincoln Northeast, battling it out there in lanes 4 and 5. It goes Grand Island. It looks like Grand Island for top 2, and then Lincoln Northeast. Goes Grand Island, Lincoln Northeast, Grand Island for top 3. Grand Island touches first, followed by Lincoln Northeast, and then Grand Island. Grand Island in the final stretch. Goes Grand Island Northeast and Grand Island. The crowd is getting really loud. It's hard to hear ourselves right now. It will be Grand Island to touch first, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Grand Island. Kearney takes 4th. In Heat 2, Amy Tonages from Kearney will be in lane 1. In lane 2, you got Jennifer Pham from Pius Millard West. In lane 3, you have Maddie Amito from Kearney. In lane 4, you have Lucy Fago from Hastings. In lane 5, you have Maggie Tranquil from Kearney. In lane 6, you have Patricia Woolsey from Scottsbluff-Gehring. In lane 7, you have Lindy Friedrich from North Platte High School, and in lane 8 you have Abby Nielsen. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5, and 6. All are within a second of each other on their times. Lane 6, Scottsbluff-Gehring to touch the wall first. Followed by Kearney, and it looks like Hastings. Yes, it is Hastings. Scottsbluff-Gehring, followed by Kearney, and then Hastings. Scottsbluff-Gehring pulling away, followed by Kearney, and then Kearney. It's gonna come down to the freestyle stroke here. Kearney Hastings touch the wall at the exact same time for 3rd. We're about to enter the last 50 yards, and it is getting loud. We had to turn down our fan mic because it's so loud, it's bursting our eardrums. Scottsbluff Gehring to touch the wall first into the last turn, followed by Kearney. And then, oh, it's close. Kearney Hastings, it's hard to tell who's going for third right now. Scottsbluff Gehring takes first.
Looks like Hastings is ahead by just a tad.
We're going to see by the board here. Kearney takes second, and lane 4, Hastings takes third. Kearney just missing out. If you look at it, it's by 0.4 of a second.
4 milliseconds. Ooh. In our third heat, we have lane 3 with Laura Oliver, lane 4 with Shannon Canaday, lane 5 with Avery Pedoto, and lane 6 with Livia Farmer. Lane 3 is from Hastings, lane 4 is from Hastings, lane 5 is from
Scottsbluff Gehring.
Then lane 6.
Pius Miller West.
All right.
I think it'd be nice to be a swimmer because cold water.
Yeah, gosh.
We're sweating.
hot
We
out
just
here.
had to take off our sweatshirts.
Yeah.
We're sweating. But it doesn't help with, like, diving. There wasn't a lot of people here. There's still people. But swimming, packed stands, packed lower level.
Yeah, it's like probably 20 outside, but it's
20, but it's like
90
80.
in here,
Yeah.
somewhere around there.
Yeah. It's hot. I'm sweating. Like,
I'm definitely sweating.
maybe we go swim a few laps here.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. Here we go. Heat 3 of the girls' 200-yard IM. Pius taking an early lead, followed by Hastings. And then Scottsbluff Gehring. Also, if you guys watching, if you're wondering why the main camera that's moving back and forth left to right looks a little weird, we put a wide lens on it so you can see almost the entire pool. It just gives it a little like bubble effect right in the middle view, but you can see the entire pool. So that is nice to help.
Yep.
And we should give credit to Benaya. He's running switchboard, so every time the computer switches back and forth, that's him. And he's running the main camera. Plus, he has a headset on.
Hey.
So, yeah, doing
a few
3
things.
jobs, just a
Yeah.
few. That's why he's not really talking that much. I had that job last year.
Not this year. This year you passed it off to me.
Goff didn't want to help us this year. He was supposed to come and give a shout out, but he hasn't.
Hey, he's just
He hasn't.
decided not to
I think
come
he's watching
whatsoever.
basketball. We got Pius, followed by Hastings, then Scottsbluff Gehring, then Hastings. forgot I didn't have my mic on. Pius will take first. Followed by Hastings. Followed by Scottsbluff Gehring. And then Hastings. Next race is the boys 200-yard IM. In lane 1, you got Anthony Hartz from Pius Millard West. In lane 2, you got Josh Miller from Kearney. In lane 3, you got Alex Eifert from Kearney. In lane 4, you got Luke Dankert from Grand Island. In lane 5, you have Blake Parks from Kearney. Shout out to Blake. Lane 6, you got Cooper Lebhart from North Platte High School. Lane 7, you have Levi Eppins from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 8, you have Kevin Bantam from McCook High School. Probably. We're getting set to go. All the competitors are moving their blocks into place. This is heat 1 of 3 for the boys 200-yard IM. Lane to watch is lane 4 with 1 minute and 57 seconds. You can see lane 4, Grand Island, already out to a lead there. Followed by Kearney and Kearney. Both Blake Parks and Alex Eifert are trying to catch Luke Dankert. Grand Island stretched its lead, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Kearney.
Also, I think one of the main reasons why the crowd's so loud is because we're in a room with a lot of echo in here.
Yeah, the ceiling, the walls, plus like the splashing of them swimming. Here we go, Grand Island on the final stretch, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Kearney. There'll be 2 Kearney guys battling it out for 3rd and 4th. Grand Island will touch first, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Kearney. Kearney, yeah. Battling it out. In Heat 2, we have Calvin Fawn from Grand Island in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Robert Schmidt from Hastings. In lane 3, we have David Hinson from McCook High School. In lane 4, we have Jacob Silo from Grand Island. In lane 5, we have Dion Nguyen in Scottsbluff Gehring. In lane 6, we have Landon McReynolds from Hastings. In lane 7, we have Brody Darnell from Lincoln Northeast. And in lane 8, we have Ethan Spencer from McCook High School. Lanes to watch are lane 4. Lane 4 and 5 have the 2 closest times, only a second apart. It will be lane 8, McCook High School, to take an early lead here, followed by Scottsbluff, Gehring, and Grand Island. The top 3 times in this race are all really close, about a few seconds apart. So it could possibly come down to milliseconds here. McCook to touch first, followed by Scottsbluff, Gehring, and Grand Island. McCook High School touches first, followed by Grand Island, Scottsbluff, Gehring. Lincoln Northeast is trying to get into the top 3 spots here. He's about a stroke behind Scottsbluff, Gehring. And Grand Island is making up some ground on McCook. And Grand Island will overtake McCook at the wall. Grand Island to touch first, followed by McCook, then Scottsbluff, Gehring. It's neck and neck. McCook or Grand Island. Grand Island's pulling away.
I think Grand Island's going to get this one.
It will be Grand Island first, McCook second, and Scottsbluff, Gehring third.
And for the third heat, we have Evan Raber from Hastings. We have
no, not Hastings, Pius. Or Hastings.
I knew it was Hastings. We got Jared Kofi from Pius. We have Peyton Ashley from Hastings. We have Andrew Dieter from Pius. And we have RJ Stefka from
North Platte.
North Platte, yep. That's the one.
It's on our sheet. It's only abbreviations here, so yeah. We had to ask the coach earlier, but we didn't write them down. Pius will take an early lead, followed by, looks like lane 6, North Platte, followed by Hastings. Pius pulling away, followed by North Platte, Hastings, and Scottsbluff. No, lane 2. 2 Hastings. Hastings. Pius, North Platte, Hastings, Hastings. Our little fan died. Oh, it's unplugged. We need that. It's essential in here. It's like 80 to 90 degrees.
Our computers are overheating a little bit.
Yeah. To keep our computers cool. I think it, yeah. Who unplugged it? It's a real question.
Probably you.
No, I liked it. Pius is in the final stretch here. Pius will touch first.
Followed by North Platte.
North Platte
Then
and
Hastings.
Hastings. Yeah. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Pius will take first, followed by North Platte, then Hastings. Hastings will take third, and Hastings will take fourth. And the times are in, we'll switch over to the board. But the next race we have is the girls' 50-yard freestyle. This one has 11 heats in it. In lane 1, Ashlyn Molbach from Grand Island. In lane 2, Aria Fiat from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 3, Kate Novinsky from Grand Island. In lane 4, Abby Fish from Hastings. In lane 5, Leah Spencer from McCook High School. In lane 6, Katie Boozy from Kearney. In lane 7, Izzy Cervini from Hastings. And in lane 8, Izzy Renner from McCook High School. Lane to watch is lane 4, 5, 6. They're all within a second of each other. With Abby Fish taking with 24 seconds. I think this one will be really loud because it's close the entire race because there's not much room to spread out. It's only 50 yards. That's only down and back.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close race.
Yes.
I think all 11 of them are.
Oh, yeah.
It's already getting loud.
The screaming, hard to hear ourselves right now.
Exactly.
It sounds like we're screaming into the mic, but I don't believe we are. It'll be Hastings, followed by McCook, and then Kearney, Lincoln Northeast. It will be Hastings. It'll be Hastings first. Lane 5, McCook second. Lane 2, Lincoln Northeast third. In Heat 2, we have Allie Mercer from Kearney, Isabel Owens from Pius, Ani Aguirre from Kearney, Cadence Dohauer from North Platte, Ashlyn Lutz from Lincoln Northeast, Jordan Rennard from Lincoln Northeast, Samantha Wilskowski from Hastings, and Katie Schmidt from Pius. Man, they're really going quick off these races.
Yeah,
Didn't even have time. Like normally I'd have a few minutes to finish. Looks like North Platte is leading, or Lincoln Northeast.
Yep.
It's hard to tell. It's going to go to the board again. Northeast first, lane 2, Pius second, and lane 3, Kearney
On to the scoreboard.
third. Heat 3, Peyton Jehork from North Platte. Man, why my mouth?
We got Emma Nickman in lane 2, Sydney Barner in lane 3, Maya Kane in lane 4, Ellie Betty in lane 5. I'll let you continue.
Juliana Ortiz from North Platte, Nora Ware from North Platte, and Gracie Manley from McCook. Oh, false start. She was ready to go because she has the fastest time by about a second. It'll be Pius, and North Platte. In the top 3, North Platte looks to be pulling away from Pius. North Platte will touch, followed by Pius. Oh, and one of the Pius competitors ended up in the wrong lane. She was real close to the finish. It will be North Platte, Pius, and it will be lane 7, North Platte, third.
And for the 4th heat, we have Jessa Ellison from Kearney. We have Ella Foot from Scottsbluff. We have Olivia MacArthur from Kearney. We have Elizabeth Stewart from Kearney. We have Vanessa Wood from North Platte. We have Cassidy Snyder from North Platte. We have Courtney Shannon from North Platte, and we have Jalissa Hubbard from Lincoln Northeast.
Lane to watch are 4 and 5. They are 0.2 off. Looks like the top is Kearney, North Platte. It's hard to tell from where we're sitting, though. We got to wait till we get to the middle here.
Seems like a very close race already, though.
Yeah, looks like North Platte, Kearney, maybe Lincoln Northeast. This is a close race.
I think this might have to be a scoreboard.
It'll be Lincoln Northeast, followed by lane 5, North Platte, followed by lane 3, Kearney.
All right, and for our Heat 5, we have Bree Witt from Hastings. We have Olivia Warthorn from Scottsbluff. We have Ava Washington from Kearney. We have Brooklyn Burback from Kearney. We have Kagan Dorsey from Kearney. We have Celsia Oldenburg from Pius. We have Ellie Ramsey from North Platte. And we have Kennedy Rich from Kearney.
Lanes to watch are 3 and 4. 3 and 4. 0.03 off. It'll be lane 5, Kearney taking an early lead. Oh, it'll come down to who touches the wall first.
That is how races usually go.
The swimming races, yes. Not you don't touch a wall on track.
That's fair.
It'll be Kearney first, Kearney Pius second, third. It could go either way. Oh, Kearney will take first. It'll look like Kearney Pius. Yep, Kearney Pius.
Onto the
in
scoreboard.
lane 6.
And for Heat 6, on 1 we have Jaslyn Burke from North Platte. We have on lane 2, Brenda Emmerich from Grand Island. Lane 3, Tiana Martin from Kearney. Toby Miller from North Platte. Lila Rude from Scottsbluff. We have Blakely Starska from North Platte. We have Claire Powell from Scottsbluff. And we have Hannah Gangenbach from Hastings.
Quiet, please, at the start. Please, quiet at the start.
They're saying quiet at the start because everyone has been going crazy because these races are so close throughout the entire race.
Close indeed.
It'll be lane 5, Hastings, it looks like from here. It's hard to tell.
I don't think there's been more than
Scottsbluff Gehring takes first. Scottsbluff Gehring touches wall. followed by, it looks like Scottsbluff-Gehring, and then Kearney or North Platte. It'll be lane 5, Scottsbluff-Gehring, followed by lane 7, Scottsbluff-Gehring, followed by lane 3, Kearney.
All right, and for Heat 7 on lane 1, we have Kylie Newman from Scottsbluff. We have Ariana Gokads from Lincoln Northeast. We have Elizabeth Nielsen from North Platte. We have Michelle Whipple from North Platte. We have Marcy Nolda from North Platte. We have Ashton Baker from North Platte. We have Alyssa Morales from Scottsbluff. And we have Talon Ritchie from Kearney.
Lanes to watch are 4 and 5. North Platte here in this race. Oh, false start again. It'll be North Platte, North Platte, North Platte as your top 3.
There are a lot of North Platters here in this race.
Yeah. It'll be lane 4, North Platte, followed by lane 7, Scottsbluff-Gehring, and North Platte. North Platte, Scottsbluff-Gehring, North Platte for your top 3.
And for Heat 8 on 1, we have Catherine Hovet from Scottsbluff. We have Natalie Roberts from
McCook High School.
McCook, that's the one. We have Mariah Gonzalez from Scottsbluff. And on lane 5, we have Sadie Lepper from McCook. We have Emily Sivers from Kearney. We have Hayden Tobaben from Kearney. And we have Claire Haney from Kearney.
Lanes to watch are 2 and 3, McCook High School and Scottsbluff-Gehring. It'll be McCook, followed by, looks like Scottsbluff-Gehring and Scottsbluff-Gehring. McCook in first, followed by McCook second and Scottsbluff-Gehring third, but oh, this might go down to a board for who's second and third. It'll be lane 3 first, Scottsbluff-Gehring, followed by McCook, followed by lane 1, Scottsbluff-Gehring.
All right, so for Heat 9, we have Emily Reyes from Scottsbluff. We have Chloe Lucas from North Platte. We have Chloe Rendon from Scottsbluff. We have Lila Frisuis from Kearney. We have Aspen Levante from North Platte. We have Ava Feldman from Kearney. We have Mackenzie Baum from Scottsbluff. And we have Haley Mares from McCook.
It'll be North Platte as your top 2. Oh, Scottsbluff-Gehring's making a move. Be Scottsbluff-Gehring in the lead, followed by North Platte and McCook. Kearney and lane 1, Scottsbluff-Gehring are gaining. It'll be Scottsbluff-Gehring, followed by North Platte, followed by lane 7, Scottsbluff-Gehring. It's your top 3.
All right, and for Heat 10, we have Lady Basilo from Grand Island. We have Jaden Jahoric from North Platte. We have Allie Jansen from Hastings. We have Taya Purvis from North Platte. We have Peyton Fix from Scottsbluff. We have Raquel Perez from Scottsbluff. We have Brianna Alvarado from Grand Island. And we have Bridget Nickman from
Pius.
Pius, that's the one.
Lanes to watch are 3 and 4.
Seems as though we're missing 3 people.
Yeah. There is no lane 1, 2, or 7 in this race. It'll be Pius first, followed with Hastings, and then lane 5, Scottsbluff Gehring.
All right, and for the final heat, heat 11, we have in 3, we have Jana Burgoyce from North Platte, we have Jen Sovereign from Pius, and we have Cecilia Nickman from Pius.
To start, please. Quiet at the start.
Seems like it's going to be a close race.
All even. It'll come down to the board. Definitely.
Actually, it looks like one of the Pius is pulled ahead.
It'll be Pius, North Platte if everything stands, which it might. It'll be Pius first, Pius second, North Platte third.
There's the times.
Okay, next race, we have the boys 50-yard freestyle. We have Max Ferris from Hastings, Russell Dietz from Kearney, Jacob Haas from Hastings, Logan Arnold from Kearney, Juinluca Ragazu from Grand Island, Zeb Black from Kearney, Jacob Schmidt from Pius, and Tanner Sutton from North Platte High School.
Schmid Sutton.
Lanes to watch are 4 and 5. They have the exact same time of 22.99.
That is going to be a very close race then.
Lanes 4 and 5.
I think this one's probably going to come down to the board.
Kearney might take 1-2 here. Kearney 1. Kearney takes 1 and 2, followed by Grand Island third.
All within 2 seconds of each other.
Close races.
They are.
Okay, second heat. RJ Stefka from North Platte. Xander Yermacher from Hastings. Caleb Wilkinson from McCook High School. Noah Short from North Platte.
Carter Lipovsky
from Hastings. Owen O'Neill from GI. Maddox Jankit from Scottsbluff Gehring. And then Max Nauman from Pius. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. It'll be Hastings, followed by North Platte and Grand Island to touch the wall at the turn. It'll be Hastings first, North Platte second, and looks like Grand Island, no, lane 3, McCook takes third. Grand Island takes fourth. Heat 3, Nicholas Phelan from Pius, Evan Skalker from Grand Island, Maxwell Roberts from Lincoln Northeast, Dominic Oldenburg from Pius, Austin Smith from Kearney, Isaac Mercer from North Platte High School, Jacob Tassmeyer from Pius, and James Adams from Scottsbluff Gehring. There is no lane 3 in this race.
That would be kicking out Maxwell Roberts.
It'll be Kearney. Kearney with the lead. It'll be Kearney first, followed by lane 6 of Scottsbluff Gehring, I believe. Lane 6, no, North Platte. And then followed by lane 4, Pius.
All right, and for Heat 4, we have Adam Carmer from Lincoln. Northeast, we have Sabian Marquise from Scotts Bluff. Gehring, we have Dominic Stoutsman from Hastings. We have Tyler Fogel from Scotts Bluff. We have Hayden Forrest from Kearney. We have Joseph Werner from Pius. We have Gage Newberry from Scotts Bluff.
Gehring, and we have Sean Rodrigo from Pius. It'll be lane 4 with a lead here. Lane 4, Scottsbluff Gehring. Followed by lane 1, Lincoln Northeast. Followed by lane 6, Pius. And what heat are we on?
5.
Heat number 5.
Heat 5, we have Cameron Young from North Platte. Chase Thompson from Lincoln Northeast, Tyler Burke from North Platte High School, Kevin Chen from Scottsbluff Gehring, Trenton Toki from Hastings, Douglas Tittman from North Platte, Josiah Roy from North Platte, and Evan Jones from North Platte. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5, all within a few seconds of each other.
Seems as though lane 1 is missing. So
Lane 1, Cameron Young from North Platte. Will be Hastings to take a comfortable first place, followed by lane 4 of Scottsbluff Gehring, followed by North Platte.
All right, and for Heat 6 of 6, we have Jack Lang from Pius. We have Orion McClendon from Hastings, and we have Tennessee Rude from Scotts Bluff.
There's only one competitor in this race.
Yeah, it seems as though the other two have not made it. This one competitor is number 5, which would be Tennessee Rude from Scottsbluff Gehring.
I believe we will go to a break, but I'm not for sure. There is nobody lining up to currently race. 20-minute break we will take. So, this is the Bearcat Sports Network brought to you by Pinnacle Bank.
Life is about waking up to a brand new dream. We're the local bank that's with you, wherever it leads, because we're more than a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank. There's no place quite like our middle of everywhere. We're the bank that'll help you celebrate everything it brings. Because we're more than a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be.
Hello and welcome back to the Bearcat Sports Network, brought to you by Pinnacle Bank. We are about 15 minutes into our break. We have about 5 minutes left, and we're almost ready to start up again. Just a few people are just finishing up their warm-ups. But we should get started here in about 3 minutes, because the judges are all coming back to their spots and fans are almost all back. I think I know what the fans bought based on Benaya. He had a runza and a hot dog from the concession stand, but that's fine. Had a hot dog at 10 a.m. this morning as well. You're muted.
Now I'm not. Hey, how's it going?
Good. We are, let's see, we finished boys 50-yard freestyle. We are now on event 11 of 24. Girls 100-yard butterfly. There are 3 heats in this one. And yeah.
All right.
We're just waiting. The timers just got called back to their seats to take times. The competitors are moving their blocks over on the starts. And it's a lot quieter in here now, but
It is.
we did have a break.
Yeah.
We did have a break.
People are still just coming back.
Yeah, they're just coming back from lunch and all that. Or from the basketball game, because it was GI Northwest versus, not remember the team. It was the Patriots versus the Vikings, and the Patriots won by about 12. You can check that basketball game out.
Also on Strive.
Not on the Strive Kearney channel, just on strive.tv. Here we go. It looks like they're getting ready to start, so we'll do introductions. Girls 100-yard butterfly, heat 1 of 3. Sylvia Maloney from Lincoln Northeast, Dakota Martin from Pius, Abby Lauder from Hastings, Elsie Maxwell from Lincoln Northeast, Ashlyn Molbach from Grand Island, Alexis Tucker from McCook, Nia Phil from Grand Island, and Katie Schmidt from Pius. Here we go. They are getting ready to take their places on the blocks. It looks we might still be waiting on lane 1. Might still be waiting on lane 1. All the timers are in place.
Missed my shout out?
Not yet, not yet. Mr. Goff, here.
Number 11?
We have a mic. Okay, he doesn't want a mic. I don't know what race he's looking for. He wants to give a shout out to someone. We're getting ready to go. Still waiting. It's gonna get loud here real soon.
Yes, it is.
It's a little toasty in here.
A little
Yeah.
toasty, Mr. Goff
bit.
says.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's not like me and Benaya are sweating or anything.
It's all
Yeah.
loud 'cause you're on headsets.
Right.
The ripple in the pool has calmed down from all the
Right, if you need
swimming.
Yeah.
Girls get very started.
Let's see. We're all waiting. I think we're just waiting for the announcer here to say get in positions.
Start your engines.
Start your arm swimming.
And legs.
Yeah.
Can't forget
yeah,
those. I mean, you can swim without your legs, but
Yeah.
not easy.
It's 2 o'clock. About here we go, maybe.
All right.
Officials walking out right under. right underneath us. You can't see that because of the camera. And they're talking. We're waiting. I don't know, maybe not everyone's back from break. It looks like everyone is because 2 judges per lane. And it looks like they have all 16 judges. I could be wrong.
This race, they're going to time that race. That's going to be 20 minutes. Isn't it?
Looks like lane 1 hasn't made it back yet.
Yeah. Lanes to watch, though, on this race are lanes 4 and 5, Lincoln Northeast and GI. They are a second apart. Here we go. Someone's yelling. It's hard to hear through the mic, but they're yelling. I think maybe get to your places. Or for it to quiet down. Before every single race, they've said to have it quiet because there were like 4 false starts.
Yeah.
Maybe because like a fan yelled go or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here we go. They're getting the thing ready. Here we go.
100-yard butterfly, heat 1 of 3.
Heat 1 of 3. Girls 100-yard butterfly. That is down, back, down, back. Because our pool length is 50 yards. Or 25. 25 there, 50 back. And we're off. Looks to be Hastings, Northeast, and Grand Island for top 3 in that order. Northeast is first to touch the wall, though. Looks to be Northeast, Grand Island, or Hastings and McCook for 3rd and 4th. Could switch those around. It's anybody's race right now. Northeast is starting to pull away, though, followed by Grand Island and Hastings.
Although it's still very close.
About a stroke or a body length apart.
Yeah.
And it will be Northeast first, Grand Island second, Hastings third. In Heat 2, we have Cami Kasaki from Kearney, Jalaza Hubbard from Lincoln Northeast, Amy Tonjes from Kearney, Lauren Thompson from Hastings, Jennifer Pham from Pius, Tina Martin from Kearney, and Aspen Cheek from Scottsbluff Gehring. First time we will see Kearney in the girls' 100-yard butterfly in Heat 2. There is no Heat 2 in this race. They hit the water. It's neck and neck. Kearney, Hastings, Pius, North Platte, all vying for the top spot.
I think you meant to say there is no lane 2.
What'd I say?
You said there's no heat 2.
Oh, sorry. The heat's messing with my mind.
Yeah, same.
It will be
there's
Hastings,
also
Pius, and North Platte.
Yep, there's also no lane 8, it
Or
seems.
Scottsbluff Gehring, no North Platte. Man, I need to read the sheet here.
Seems as though you do.
I'm just guessing for who's who.
Who's what and when's who?
Sure. It's Hastings, Pius, neck and neck for top spot, followed by Scottsbluff, Gehring, and Kearney. Pius is first to touch the wall, followed by Hastings, followed by Scottsbluff, Gehring, and Kearney. Pius extending the lead right at the finish line. Oh, Kearney's overtaking Scotts Bluff. Gehring. Pius will touch first, followed by Hastings, followed by lane 3, Kearney. Just beat out Scotts Bluff Gehring. And heat 3, we have Laura Kate Oliver from Hastings. We have Marissa Salone from Kearney and Maya Kane from Pius. They're getting set here. They're in the 3, 4, 5 lanes.
Heat number 3.
We have an extra joining us on lane 2. She is not on our sheet here, but it is Lincoln Northeast.
Relax, please.
Lincoln Northeast in lane 2, Hastings in 3, Kearney in 4, and Pius in 5. And here we go. Oh, false start. And it'll be Pius, Kearney, and Lincoln Northeast. It's Lincoln Northeast, Pius, Kearney, and then Hastings.
Lincoln Northeast is ahead by just a hair.
It'll be Pius to touch, followed by Lincoln Northeast, and then Kearney, and then Hastings. Pius has started to pull ahead here.
Lincoln Northeast and Kearney are pretty close. Looks like Pius
will take first. Lincoln Northeast is not doing the butterfly. Maybe injury or something. I don't know. Kearney will take second or third. It depends on what the ruling is. And Hastings will take fourth. Next race is the boys 100-yard butterfly. Wisely Mook from Scotts Bluff Gehring in lane 1. In lane 2, Jacob Schmidt from Pius. In lane 3, Trevor Vokasek from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 3, in lane 4, Ethan Kinney from Kearney. In lane 5, Aiden Grierson from Kearney. In lane 6, Tanner Schmidt-Sutton from North Platte. In lane 7, Alex Eifert from Kearney. And in lane 8, Andrew Walsh. Lanes to watch are 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're all about 1 to 2 seconds apart, so it'll be a really close race throughout the entire race.
Event number 12, boys 100-yard butterfly, heat 1 of 3.
Heat 1 of 3, the announcer has said. And they're into the water. It looks like Kearney will have an early lead here. And it is getting really loud. Kearney to touch the wall first, followed by Kearney. and Lincoln Northeast. Kearney extending his lead here. And they're coming into the last turn. Kearney, and then Lincoln Northeast touch first. Kearney in the final stretch. It's Kearney taking first, but who's taking second? Kearney or Lincoln Northeast is gonna go to the board. Lane 3 or lane 5? Lane 3, Lincoln Northeast takes second, and then Kearney takes third. Out. If you look at it, between second and third, that's like point 0.6? About 0.6 of a decimal.
Very close.
Time, close. Then here, in Heat 2, we have Abby Martinez from Hastings, Caleb Shaw from McCook High School, Matthew Trejo from Grand Island, Landon McReynolds from Hastings, Anthony Hartz from Pius, Caleb Wilkinson from McCook, Alex Chiacosta from Grand Island, and Joshua Hoff from Lincoln Northeast. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. 3, Grand Island taking an early lead here. Grand Island will be first to touch a wall, followed by Pius and then Hastings.
It's like Grand Island and Pius are very close, but
The
Grand
top
Island's
3 are
just
all
a bit-
really close.
Yeah.
Hastings gaining on on Pius and Grand Island. Grand Island's still first to touch though.
Pius and Grand Island are like neck and neck, and
This
third is coming up.
This will
just
come down to the board.
Yeah, this is going to be 100% on the board.
It'll be Grand Island followed by Hastings followed by Pius touching
They're
the wall.
all neck and neck.
Hastings has overtake Grand Island. It goes Hastings, Grand Island, and then Pius. 1, 2, 3
Looks
right
like
there.
Hastings is going to get it.
It'll be Hastings first, Grand Island second, Pius third. And coming up in the third heat of the boys 100-yard butterfly, we have Sam Becker from Pius, Dominic Stutzman from Hastings, and Michael Woodrich from Pius. Lanes 3, 4, and 5.
Heat number 3.
And they're off.
Looks like Pius is taking an early lead here. Pius followed by Hastings.
It's a battle of which one's better from Pius here.
Exactly. Looks like lane 3 is pulling ahead by a decent bit here.
Sam Becker is pulling ahead of his teammate, Michael Woodrich. Pius
Takes up first. Pius takes up second as well.
and Hastings will take third. Next is the girls 100-yard freestyle.
Good job, Asher.
This headset loud noise is not communicating well. Well, girls 100-yard freestyle. You have Ashlyn Lutz from Lincoln Northeast, Aria Fiat from Lincoln Northeast, Emily Hasty from Pius, Kate Novinsky from Grand Island, Abby Fish from Hastings, Katie Boozy from Kearney, Anaya Aguirre from Kearney, and Izzy Renner from McCook High School. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5, 6. They are all within a second of each other.
Event number 13, girls 100-yard freestyle, heat 1 of 9.
This is heat 1 of 9.
Got quite a few to go through.
It's good though. Everyone's getting to swim.
It is indeed good.
There is no lane 4.
Who would we be missing?
Kate Novinsky from GI. So Hastings has an early lead, followed by Pius, and looks like Kearney. It's hard to tell. Once again, we are sitting in the middle of the pool. It's hard to see the ends. But Kearney's pulling it back a little bit. It's going Hastings, Kearney. It's all really close. It's hard to tell. Hastings is outright leader.
North Platte.
Hastings, Lincoln Northeast, Pius, Kearney. Hastings first, and then Lincoln Northeast. It looks like they're second, followed by Pius and maybe Kearney. They're coming into the final turn here.
Looks like both of the Lincoln Northeasts are neck and neck.
It'll be Hastings 1. Oh, it could come down to a wall here.
Pius and Lincoln Northeast.
Hastings will take first.
We'll
then
have to see
lane
the scoreboard
3,
for this.
Pius will take second, and then Lincoln Northeast will take third. In heat 2, Juliana Ortiz from North Platte. In lane 1, lane 2, Livia Farmer from Pius. In lane 3, Sydney Barner from North Platte. In lane 4, Allie Mercer from Kearney. In lane 5, Ivy Birdcamp from Pius. In lane 6, Jaden Oshner from Hastings. In lane 7, Samantha Wilskowski from Hastings. And then in lane 8, Taylor Province from Kearney.
I get messed up with the schools, you get messed up with the names.
Yeah. Lanes to watch are 4 and 5 with 1 minute and 4 seconds top. It'll be Pius to first touch the wall, followed by Scottsbluff Gehring, I believe. No, lane 6, Hastings. It'll be Pius and Hastings, and then it looks like North Platte or Pius for third. It'll be Pius and Hastings neck and neck, followed by Kearney or Pius or North Platte. Any of those
Pius
could
and
go
Hastings
either way.
are very close.
It'll come down to who touches the wall first. They touch the wall at the exact same time, out of the water at the same time. It looks like Hastings might be pulling away.
Hastings
followed
looks
by
like
Kearney, though, for third. It's going to come down to the
Kearney
board,
might
definitely
actually
for
take this
sure.
for second.
It'll be lane 6, Hastings.
Hastings, Pius, Kearney.
Hastings, Pius, Kearney. Lane 6, 5, 4. In heat 3, we have Ryan Vasquez in lane 1 from Scottsbluff Gehring. In lane 2, Nora Ware from North Platte. In lane 3, Ellie Betty from Pius. In lane 4, Vanessa Wood from North Platte. In lane 5, Elizabeth Stewart from Kearney. In lane 6, Brenda Emmerich from GI. Lane 7, Ashlyn Baker from North Platte. Lane 8, Sydney Hatch from North Platte. Lanes to watch here are 3, 4, 5. All, they have the exact same time. 3, 4, 5 lanes to watch. Pius, North Platte, and Kearney. It'll be Pius taking an early lead, followed by North Platte and then Kearney.
Looks like 4 is actually ahead by a few milliseconds.
I did not see that. It'll
With
be North Platte,
17,
Pius,
107.25.
Kearney, and North Platte. Top 4 right there. It'll be North Platte leading, followed by, it looks like Kearney,
then Pius.
Kearney, Pius, North Platte. All 4 of these, anybody could win it here.
Yep. Looks like Pius might be going ahead, but it's kind of hard to see from here.
They all touch the wall at the same time. We'll get a good view right here as it's in the middle. It looks like Kearney might be pulling ahead.
Pius.
Oh, it looks like Pius,
Kearney,
Kearney, North Platte.
Yep, Pius,
Kearney, North Platte. It'll come down for second and third and fourth here at the board. Pius first, lane 5, Kearney second, and lane 2, North Platte third. In heat 4, Peyton Gerahork from North Platte, Elizabeth Nielsen from North Platte, Courtney Shannon from North Platte, Brooklyn Burbach from Kearney, Olivia MacArthur from Kearney, Hannah Talamka from Pius, Keegan Dorsey from Kearney, and Michaela Whipple from North Platte.
Heat number 4.
Heat 4 of 9.
At the start. Thank you.
Quiet at the start, as the announcers say.
It's like a North Platte and Kearney only race.
Oh, yeah. It'll be Kearney, North Platte, Kearney for
Actually, I
early lead.
Might be North Platte, Kearney. We'll see when they cross over to us. Yep, we got Kearney, North Platte.
It'll
Then
be Kearney in lane 5, North Platte in lane 8, and it looks like lane 1 of North Platte.
Actually, it looks like Kearney and North Platte are neck and neck in lane 5 and 8.
Kearney will hit
off the wall first.
Kearney hits the wall, followed by Kearney, followed by North Platte.
Looks like North Platte. Oh, wow, that is so close.
It'll be Kearney, North Platte at the wall.
This
Come
is gonna
down
be
2 touches.
Scoreboard.
It will be
I have no idea.
lane 8, North Platte, followed by Kearney, followed by lane 4 of Kearney. Goes North Platte, Kearney, Kearney for top 3.
All right, so for Heat 5, we have Ariana. Sorry, 1 second. For lane 1, we have Ariana Gokadze from Lincoln, Northeast. We have Elena Proti from Scottsbluff. We have Kennedy Shores from Lincoln. We have Jaden Jahorik from North Platte. We have Ava Washington from Kearney. We have Claire Powell from Scottsbluff. We have Ellie Ramsey from North Platte. And we have Toby Miller from North Platte.
Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. It'll be lane 2, Scottsbluff Gehring taking an early lead over Kearney, and then followed by, it looks like, Scottsbluff Gehring for third. It's between Scottsbluff Gehring and Lincoln Northeast.
Looks like
It'll be lane 2, Scottsbluff Gehring coming
Lincoln,
in to the
Kearney,
halfway mark.
Hastings.
It'll be lane 2, Scottsbluff Gehring coming into the halfway mark in first, followed by Kearney and then Scottsbluff Gehring. It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring to touch the wall first, followed by Kearney, followed by, looks like Scottsbluff Gehring, and then Lincoln Northeast. Could come down to a touch of the board for third and fourth. It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring first, Kearney second, and it looks like Scottsbluff Gehring third. Yes, it is.
All right, for Heat 6, we have Mariah Gonzalez from Scotts Bluff. We have Tylen Ritchie from Kearney. We have Blakely Staroska from North Platte. We have Sadie Lepper from McCook. We have Kennedy Ritz from Kearney. We have Macy Nolda from North Platte. We have Chloe Rendon from Scotts Bluff. And we have Claire Henney from Kearney.
Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. All within a few milliseconds of each other.
Quiet at the start.
Quiet at the start, as the announcer says. It looks like maybe one of the blocks must have slipped as one of them jumped, because didn't look right
like
for a jump.
Kearney might be in first, but it's very close between Kearney and North Platte.
It'll be North Platte, lane 5 of Kearney. So it'll be Kearney looks like they're ahead. So it looks like Kearney, North Platte, then Scotts Bluff, Gehring.
Kearney and North Platte and Scotts Bluff Gehring are all very close to each other. Could be anyone's.
Oh, North Platte looks to be overtaking Scotts Bluff, Gehring, or not, Kearney. Yeah, Scotts Bluff, Gehring is in lane 7.
Looks like North Platte, Kearney, then
North Platte will
Scotts
touch
Bluff.
first, followed by Kearney, followed by Scotts Bluff, Gehring, followed by Kearney as well. Could come down to the board. It's getting really loud in here.
It is so close. I can barely hear anyone.
We're hardly talking and we're reaching like red levels. It'll be, looks like, it'll come down to a touch here for third. It'll be North Platte, followed by Kearney,
Scotts Bluff.
followed by lane 2, Kearney. So it goes North Platte, Kearney, Kearney.
All right, and for Heat 7, we have Catherine Hovitt from Scotts Bluff. We have Hayden Tobabit from Kearney. We have Emily Sivers from Kearney. We have Lila Friswies from Kearney. We have Ava Feldman from Kearney. We have Alyssa Morales from Scotts Bluff. We have Maddie Smelker from Grand Island. And we have Fergie Serrato Ramirez from Hastings.
Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. It'll be lane 7 taking an early lead, followed by lane 1. It'll be Grand Island. And then lane 1 of Scotts Bluff Gehring, followed by Scotts Bluff Gehring as well. It's going Grand Island, Scotts Bluff Gehring, and Scotts Bluff Gehring.
Looks like Grand Island has an immediate lead.
Grand Island, Scotts Bluff Gehring, Scotts Bluff Gehring. It could come down to a touch, though, for third because there's 2 Kearney.
Even first, it looks like
Scotts Bluff Gehring has overtaken
Yep.
overtook GI.
So it looks like Scotts Bluff
It'll be
Gehring,
Scotts Bluff Gehring, Grand Island, and then maybe Kearney or Scotts Bluff Gehring for third. It'd be Scotts Bluff Gehring pulling away from Grand Island.
Looks like Kearney's coming in third.
Ooh, it'll come down to a touch.
Yeah,
There's 3 of them right here.
Very close.
It'll be Scotts Bluff Gehring taking first. Grand Island will take second. And then it'll come down to lanes 1, 3, and 4. It'll be Scotts Bluff Gehring taking third. Both Kearney, lanes 3 and 4 for Kearney, were both really close there.
Absolutely. For Heat 8, we have on lane 2, Brianna Alvarado in Grand Island. We have Taya Purvis from North Platte. We have Karagan Shaw from McCook. We have Chloe Lucas from North Platte. We have Raquel Perez from Scotts Bluff. And we have Lady Basillo from Grand Island.
Lanes to watch are 4 and 5. There are only 4 competitors in this race, not 6. We are missing lane 2 and lane 7. It'll be McCook taking an early lead, followed by North Platte, followed by North Platte. It'll be McCook, and then North Platte. Oh, the back
It's
three
actually
are
very
all
close
even.
for the back three, yep.
McCook is pulling ahead here.
Those back three are so close, I can't even tell.
It'll be McCook to the turn first, followed by, it looks like Scottsbluff Gehring. Could be wrong, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, North Platte looks like they're, all three of them are just so close. McCook takes first.
It'll be McCook to take first, followed by Scottsbluff Gehring, who's currently leading both North Platte. It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring, North Platte, and North Platte.
All right, and for our final heat, heat 9 of 9, we have on lane 3, Jana Burgoyce from North Platte, Bridget Nickman from Pius, there we go, and Jen Sovereign from Pius as well. Looks like none of them have taken an immediate lead. Actually, North Platte has. Looks like North Platte hit it first, but Pius has taken the lead. Goes Pius, North Platte, Pius. North Platte's actually catching up to Pius, though. Going to be whoever gets to this wall first. It looks like Pius is taking the lead and North Platte has come out. Maybe an injury, but we have Pius then Pius.
It'll be Pius, followed by Pius.
Lane 4 takes first. And lane 5 will take second.
Now, starting with the boys' 100-yard freestyle. In lane 1, we have Christian Short from North Platte. In lane 2, we have Zeb Black from Kearney. In lane 3, we have Eli Valido from Pius. In lane 4, we have Gianluca Ragazzo from GI. In lane 5, we have Logan Arnold from Kearney. In lane 6, we have Russell Dietz from Kearney. In lane 7, we have Max Ferris from Hastings. And in lane 8, we have Carter Libiski.
Lipovisky.
There's a V.
Kearney taking an early lead, followed by Kearney and then Pius. It'll be Kearney to touch the wall first. Grand Island's pulling back a little bit. They're overtaking. It'll be Kearney, Grand Island, Kearney as your top 3. It'll be Kearney to get a big push off that wall, followed by Grand Island, then Kearney. I think this race will come down to the board for... Oh, it'll be Kearney to touch the wall first, followed by Grand Island, followed by Kearney. Kearney, then Grand Island, then it could go Pius. Oh, Pius
Looks like
is
Pius
overtaking now.
Kearney.
It'll be Kearney first, Grand Island second, Pius third. Pius third. In heat 2 of 4, we have Joseph Werner in lane 1 from Pius. In lane 2, we have Hayden Norgard from McCook. In lane 3, we have Maxwell Roberts from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 4, we have David Hinson from McCook. In lane 5, we have Owen O'Neill from GI. In lane 6, we have Dominic Oldenburg from Pius. In lane 7, we have Isaac Mercer from North Platte. And in lane 8, we have Diego Jose Magdaleno from Scotts Bluff, Gehring. There is no lane 3 in this race, but it will be lane 7, North Platte, taking an early lead, followed by lane 4 of McCook. McCook is off the wall first, followed by, it looks like North Platte, and then Pius or Grand Island. It'll be North Platte to hit the wall first, followed by McCook, and then GI. Top 3 right there.
McCook and Scotts Bluff are very close.
It's coming into the last turn.
It is.
It'll be McCook to touch the wall first, followed by North Platte, then Grand Island. But Grand Island's making a push for the finish.
Absolutely.
Grand Island, he's overtaking McCook right now. It will be lane.
This is going to be
Grand Island first, McCook second. And then lane 7, North Platte third. Oh, lane 6. Lane 6, Pius third.
all right. And for heat 3, we have Liam Leonard from Lincoln Northeast. We have Nicholas Fellin from Pius. We have James Adams from Scotts Bluff. We have Jack Lang from Pius. We have Hayden Forrest from Kearney. We have Gage Newberry from Scotts Bluff. We have Anthony Ramirez from Grand Island. And we have Douglas Tittman from North Platte.
Lanes to watch are 6, 5, 4, 3. In reverse order this time.
Exactly.
Not counting up.
Ooh, false start right there.
False start.
It also looks like lane 4 is missing, so that would be Jack Lang.
It'll be Kearney in lane 5, I believe. Yeah, Kearney in lane 5, followed by lane 3, Scotts Bluff Gehring. Oh, and then it looks like lane 7, Pius. Pius has overtook Kearney.
Overtaken? I don't know.
The Kearney and Pius will hit the wall at the same time. It'll be Pius starting to edge out Kearney, followed by Pius in lane 2. It'll be Pius, followed by Kearney, followed by Pius to touch the wall. Oh, it'll be close here. It'll come to the wall. Oh, maybe lane 2. It'll be lane 2, Pius first, then lane 1 second. Lane 1 second, and then followed by lane 6 third. Oh, hold on. Scoreboard's changing on us. Doesn't have a first place. I believe it was lane 5, Kearney. Oh.
Places are changing.
We don't know.
For heat number 4, we have Orion McClendon from Hastings. We have Cameron Young from North Platte. We have Josiah Roy from North Platte. We have Hans Bastron from Scotts Bluff. We have Tyler Burke from North Platte. We have, I'll let you continue. Tyler Burke.
Vincent Condry from Hastings, Jack Aldridge from Pius, and Joe Barenberg from McCook.
Looks like someone from North Platte is heading back.
maybe in the wrong race. Yeah.
Yep.
It'll be Pius, followed by McCook, followed by Hastings.
Pius is taking a huge lead right here.
It'll be Pius to touch the wall first, followed by, looks like McCook, followed by Hastings.
Pius takes first.
Be McCook second. And it looks like Hastings probably will take third. It'll be Hastings third. And in our next race, the girls 500-yard freestyle. In heat 1, in lane 1, we have Kaylin Trinkle from Kearney. In lane 2, we have Cadence Dohauer from North Platte. In lane 3, we have Patricia Woolsey from Scottsbluff-Garing. In lane 4, we have Ashley Nelson from Grand Island. In lane 5, we have Regan Greer from Grand Island. In lane 6, we have Lillian Seipel from Pius. In lane 7, we have Kaylin Rodewald from McCook High School. In lane 8, we have Lily Wilson from Grand Island. Lanes to watch here are 4, 5 that are second off. The 500, which is, I believe, it's 50 for one. So what? 50 10 times down, I believe.
If it's it'll be about 20 times down, I think.
20 times down.
Well,
They have indicators for there on the right of your screen. You can see their teammates standing there with boards telling them how much longer they have to go. When you see the red line, that means you're on the home stretch. You got to get to the finish. They are on 5. They are a quarter of the way done. It'll be, looks like Grand Island, Grand Island, Grand Island as your top 3.
Grand Island, Grand Island, Grand Island, yep. And it looks like Pius would take 4th, but they're catching up to Grand Island. Pius passes the 3rd Grand Island. Actually, they're neck and neck.
It'll be Grand Island, Grand Island, Grand Island as your top 3. And sorry about that. You forgot to switch the camera, and what I mean by we is Benaya.
Yeah, get out of here.
It's fine, though. You'll see him at the end. Still got to see him. At least it's better than last year where our stream completely stopped working for at least 4 races. It'll be Grand Island and Grand Island, followed by Grand Island, Pius, and it looks like lane 3. Lane 3.
North Platte.
Scottsbluff-Garing.
Scottsbluff.
North Platte is blue. Scottsbluff-Garing are
sorry,
red.
that's lane 2.
It'll be Grand Island, Grand Island, Grand
neck
Island.
and neck.
As top 3, they are half of the way done. You got groups starting to form. You got the 2 Grand Island competitors up at the front. Then you got Pius, Grand Island, and Scottsbluff-Garing in the middle. And then you got McCook, North Platte, and Kearney rounding out the last 3.
Yep, this is probably got to be one of the most tiring races there is.
It's not even the longest. It's not even the longest, but
Yeah.
this is only 6 minutes. Just like quadruple it. It'll be Grand Island, Grand Island, and Grand Island as your top three, followed by Pius and Scottsbluff Gehring for fourth and fifth, fighting for that third spot. And they are a quarter the way done. Or not a quarter, 3/4.
Quarter of the way left.
A quarter left, yes.
Still Grand Island, followed by Grand Island, followed by Grand Island. Then Pius is coming fourth.
Scottsbluff Gehring. Either anybody could take third here.
Yeah, Grand Island and Pius are absolutely neck and neck.
Grand Island, Grand Island, and Grand Island as your top three, followed by Pius, Scottsbluff, Kearney, North Platte, and then McCook. And they only have about 3 more times back.
Looks like this lane 5 is
5.
Yep.
It'll be Grand Island and Grand Island and Grand Island as your top three, followed by Pius, Scottsbluff, Kearney, North Platte, and McCook. And both Grand Islands in lane 4 and 8 are onto the home stretch. This will be their last time down on the right side. It'll be Grand Island in lane 4 to touch first, followed by lane 8. And they're pushing it. Who's gonna take first here?
They are so very close.
It will be Grand Island in lane 4, followed by Grand Island in lane 8. Now we got Grand Island in lane 5 versus Pius in lane 6. Grand Island is just edging her out. It'll be all Grand Island top 3.
And it looks like Pius would come in fourth.
It'll be Pius, followed by North Platte, followed by Kearney, followed by McCook. And in Heat 2, you want to do Heat 2?
Sure.
Okay. Heat
All
2.
right, for Heat 2, we have on lane 1, Lila Rude from Scottsbluff. We have Abby Nielsen from McCook. We have Bryn Grassmeyer from Kearney. We have Maddie Meadow from Kearney. We have Jordan Renard from Lincoln Northeast. We have Marissa Sloan from Kearney. We have Raina Siri from Lincoln Northeast. And we have Isabella Condon Matsky from Lincoln Northeast.
And lanes to watch are 4, 5.
This time I won't forget to switch cameras.
Yep. Except we can move it over so you can see them hit this end.
Right.
It will be Kearney to touch the wall first, followed by, looks like Kearney or Lincoln Northeast.
Looks like Kearney might be just a bit ahead of Lincoln.
Touch the wall at the same time.
The top 3 are very close. In these races, it's more of just who has the most stamina and endurance.
Yeah, definitely. So if you run out halfway through and start slowing down, then your competitors, if they have better stamina, they'll catch up to you more easily.
Exactly. Looks like Kearney in first, Lincoln Northeast in second, and Kearney in third.
And they are a quarter of the way done. It'll be Kearney, Lincoln Northeast, and then Kearney as your top 3.
Looks like the top 3 spots are staying where they're at.
And they are halfway done in this Heat 2 500 race.
I absolutely have a lot of respect for each and every one of these racers. They've got to have a lot of energy to do this and a lot of strength. We're about 3/4 of the way done, 1/4 left. Still looks like it's Kearney, Lincoln Northeast, and then Kearney again. Looks like it's going to go Kearney, Lincoln Northeast, Kearney, Kearney. Looks like the Kearney in first place is on their last lap right now. Or on their last one.
And lane 4 Kearney is on the way home, followed by Lincoln Northeast.
Followed by Kearney again. Kearney comes in first place.
It'll be Kearney first, followed by Lincoln Northeast. Followed by either Lincoln Northeast or Kearney, it looks like. Or I think only Kearney is on the way.
Yep.
I think Northeast got one more lap to do. It'll be Kearney, Lincoln Northeast, and Kearney as your top 3 here.
Fourth looks like it's coming in as Kearney as well. Yep.
Fourth will be Kearney, followed by McCook.
Yep, looks like McCook comes in 5th. Then
followed by Scottsbluff Gehring, followed by Northeast, it looks like.
Lincoln
Northeast, yeah. And in Heat 3 of the girls' 500-yard freestyle, you got Hannah Genbach from Hastings, Bree Whitty from Hastings, Kaylee Newman from Scottsbluff Gehring, Shannon Canaday from Hastings, and Selena Exner from Hastings. This will be the final heat of the girls' 500-yard freestyle.
Heat number 3.
looks like 3 is missing right now. 3 would be Bree Witt. At the moment, it looks like everyone is fairly close. Looks like Scottsbluff Gehring is in second, and Hastings in first, Scottsbluff Gehring in second, Hastings in third and fourth. Hastings is keeping their lead with Scottsbluff Gehring getting close to entering third, and Hastings getting close to passing up Scottsbluff. All 3 of Scottsbluff Gehrings and the 2 Hastings are getting very close for second. They come to who bounces off this wall first. They're about a quarter of the way done. Looks like Hastings has overtaken Scottsbluff Gehring, so it looks like Hastings in first, Hastings in second, Scottsbluff Gehring in third, Hastings in fourth. Looks like Shannon Canaday is having a massive lead. And still with Hastings, Scottsbluff Gehring, and Hastings, it seems like they're all very close again.
Yeah.
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 I was eating. You did that during breaks. I do it while they're swimming.
That's fair.
It
My
is,
turn.
yes. And they are halfway done here. It'll be Hastings, the halfway mark first, followed by Hastings, followed by Scottsbluff Gehring, followed by Hastings. And leader Hastings is on the last lap. Almost done.
Yep, it looks like Scottsbluff Gehring might have taken second back.
It'll be Hastings as first.
Scottsbluff Gehring, I think, maybe is second.
They still got to go a few more laps, though.
Right. Hastings is ended on first. Scottsbluff Gehring is on their last lap. Scottsbluff-Gehring will be taking second right now. Looks like Hastings will be taking third and fourth. Hastings is taking third. And finally, Hastings is taken fourth. That is the end of the girls' 500-yard freestyle. We are now on to the boys' 500-yard freestyle with the Heat 1 having Deacon Kin from McCook on lane 1. Lane 2, we have Andrew Heckman from Hastings. Lane 3, we have Matthew Lauder on Hastings.
Lane number 16.
And then number 5, we have number 4, we have Michael Sambula Manzalo from Grand Island. Number 5, we have David Sambula Manzalo from Grand Island. Number 6, we have Wisely Mook from Scottsbluff-Gehring. Number 7, we have JT Downs from Lincoln Northeast. And number 8, we have Stuart Mackard from Kearney. Looks like Grand Island has taken the immediate lead here, with Grand Island coming in second as well. Looks like Hastings is coming in third. Hastings in lane 3 and 2 are neck and neck for third. Grand Island staying in first, with Grand Island also in second. We have Hastings in third and Hastings in fourth.
And lane 4, Grand Island is on their last lap here. Just got the buzzer from the official that's telling him that he has down and back left.
Grand Island is also in second, with Hastings also taking up third and fourth.
Grand Island will take first, followed by...
Looks like Grand Island as well.
It'll be Grand Island second. It's going to come down between both Hastings.
They're both neck and neck. Right
It'll
next to
be
each other.
lane 3, Hastings third and fourth. Grand Island first, second, Hastings third, fourth. Then it'll be Northeast fifth. Scottsbluff, Gehring sixth. Kearney seventh. And McCook eighth.
All right, and in Heat 2, in the 500 yards boys freestyle, we have Chase Harper. We have from Hastings, we have Drew Worm from Kearney. We have Matthew Sejka from Lincoln Northeast. We have Sam Rich from Kearney. We have David Fitzpatrick from North Platte. We have Jackson Hafner from Kearney. And we have Connor During from Grand Island.
And Kearney will take the early lead here.
Yep, Kearney taking the early lead.
Would be Kearney, North Platte, and Kearney as your 1, 2, 3, going 6, 5, 4 in lane number.
In fact, it looks like the entire thing is going 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then 7.
Yeah.
However, it looks like 3 might be overtaking 4 right here. At least they're pretty close.
Still goes Kearney, North Platte, Kearney, with the Lincoln Northeast knocking on the door.
Kearney looks like they might be passing North Platte for second. Never mind, North Platte keeps their lead.
And at the halfway mark, it will go Kearney to touch the wall first, followed by, looks like Kearney.
Yep, looks
It'll
like
be Kearney to touch the wall, followed by Kearney, then North Platte at the halfway mark.
it looks like Northeast. Looks like Northeast is taking up 4th, but he is closing in on North Platte, which means that looks like it'll be Kearney, then Northeast, Lincoln Northeast. Looks like North Platte might be taking 4th. North Platte and Northeast are neck and neck right here. Looks like Northeast has him is in front of him though.
And we just passed the 3/4 mark of this race. Kearney still leading, followed by Kearney, followed by, I believe,
Looks like
Lincoln Northeast or North Platte. I haven't seen the numbers on their board yet.
It looks like Northeast is ahead of North Platte right now.
Yeah, Lincoln Northeast. So it goes Kearney, Kearney, Lincoln Northeast as your top 3. And there's the buzzer to signal. You only got 50 more yards to go down back. And Kearney will hit the home stretch first. And Kearney is on the last turn.
Looks like Northeast is on their last stretch as well right now.
It will be Kearney as 1, Kearney as 2, and Lincoln Northeast as 3.
For 4, it looks like that'll be North Platte.
And it'll be Northeast as 3, North Platte as 4th.
Looks like the Kearney and Lane 2 is on their final stretch right now as well.
And Kearney in 2nd will take, I believe,
Looks like
5th.
Yep.
5th with Lane 7. Grand Island taking 7th.
Hastings takes 6th.
Yeah, Hastings takes 6th. Grand Island takes 7th.
And that is the end of Heat 2. We will now be moving on to Heat 3 right after this, which on Lane 3 we have Tennessee Rude from Scotts Bluff, we have Ray Riley from Hastings, and we have Luke Tegmeyer from North Platte.
Heat number 3.
And it will be North Platte in 1st, right off the gate. Followed by Hastings, followed by Scotts Bluff Gehring.
Looks like we're going straight down the line, 5 in 1st, 4 in 2nd, and 3 in 3rd.
And they just hit the 3/4 mark here at this time. Lane 5 is now on the home stretch. Followed by lane 4, followed by lane 3. Lane 5 from North Platte will be the first to the turn.
Looks like Hastings still has a couple laps to go.
And North Platte will take a comfortable victory here in the boys 500-yard freestyle. So North Platte will take first. For second right now, looks like is Hastings.
Yep.
Hastings in second, then Scottsbluff Gehring in third.
Hastings is on their final stretch right now. Looks like Hastings is taking second right now.
Hastings will take second, followed by Scottsbluff Gehring.
And Scottsbluff Gehring takes third. And that will
next,
be the end of the 500 yards boys freestyle.
Next, coming up, it's a girls 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane 1, you have Pius. In lane 2, Grand Island. In lane 3, Lincoln Northeast. In lane 4, Hastings. Lane 5, Grand Island. Lane 6, Kearney. Lane 7, McCook. And lane 8, North Platte. Lanes to watch for are lanes 4, 5, and 6, all within a second of each other. And it will be Hastings first to the turn, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Grand Island. It'll be Hastings into the wire, followed by Lincoln Northeast, followed by Grand Island. And Northeast is starting to overtake Hastings. Lincoln Northeast will beat him to the turn, but Hastings is first out of the water.
Looks like Northeast is...
And at the 100 mark, it'll be Hastings, followed by Northeast, followed by Grand Island and Kearney. It'll be Hastings to reach the wall, followed by Lincoln Northeast, followed by Grand Island, followed by Kearney.
Looks like Pius and Kearney are near each other.
Hastings is starting to extend its lead, and they're in the water first, followed by Northeast, followed by GI.
Kearney coming
This
in
will come down to that wire here.
Absolutely it will.
It'll be Hastings to the wall first, followed by Northeast, followed by Grand Island. It'll be Hastings to touch first, followed by Lincoln Northeast, and followed by Grand Island.
Followed by Kearney in fourth.
In Heat 2, we have Pius in lane 1. Scottsbluff Gehring in lane 2. Scottsbluff Gehring in lane 3, Scottsbluff Gehring in lane 4, Scottsbluff Gehring in lane 5, Hastings in lane 6, North Platte in lane 7, and Kearney in lane 8. Lanes to watch for are 4 with 1 minute and 57 seconds. It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring with an early lead, followed by Pius down in the bottom of your screen, and you didn't switch the camera.
You'd be correct.
It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring, Kearney, and Pius in your top spots. Scottsbluff Kearney going for the top spot. It will be Scottsbluff to hit the water, then Kearney, followed by Pius. And Pius has made up some ground there. It's Scottsbluff, Pius, Kearney.
Looks like all 3 of them are neck and neck.
It'll be Scottsbluff to touch the wall, followed by Pius, followed by Kearney. It'll be Scottsbluff, Kearney, and then Pius. In that order, it'll be Scottsbluff, then Kearney, and then Pius into the water. Scottsbluff Gehring with a lead, followed by Kearney, followed by Pius. It'll be Scottsbluff Gehring to the wall, followed by Kearney, followed by Pius.
Looks like Kearney and Scottsbluff are very close.
Scottsbluff is starting to edge out Kearney a little bit.
Yep.
And it'll be Scottsbluff into the water to
Then
start,
Kearney, then
followed by
Pius.
Kearney, then Pius, yeah. And Scottsbluff has a bit of a lead now against Kearney. Kearney is leading Pius, but Pius is making up some ground quickly. It'll be Scottsbluff, then Kearney, then Pius to hit the wall. It will be Scottsbluff just barely edging out Kearney at the beginning, or at the end. So it'll be Scottsbluff Gehring first, Kearney second, and Pius third.
Looks like 4th place, it'll be...
4th place will be Scottsbluff Gehring, North Platte, then Scottsbluff Gehring.
And it looks like Hastings. Then lane 2,
Scottsbluff Gehring.
Scottsbluff Gehring.
In heat 3, Grand Island is in lane 2, Kearney in lane 3, McCook High School in lane 4, Lincoln Northeast in lane 5, Hastings in lane 6, and Kearney in 7. And it will be Lincoln Northeast with an early lead, followed by McCook, followed by Kearney. And it'll be Lincoln Northeast into the water first, followed by McCook, and followed by Kearney.
Kearney in the lead.
Kearney in the lead. Lincoln Northeast is in the lead, followed by McCook,
sorry, my
followed by
bad.
Kearney. Yeah, Kearney's are in lane 3.
Looks like Kearney might
in 7.
might have a chance of passing McCook.
It'll be Northeast into the water first, followed by McCook and
then
Kearney
Kearney.
at the same time. and Kearney and McCook are neck and neck. It will be important on this last turn here. It will be Kearney to touch the wall first, it looks like. They're neck and neck. It'll be Northeast onto their final lap here.
Northeast into the water first.
Northeast is into the water, and Kearney and McCook, this could come down to
who's in the water
board.
first.
It will be McCook in
the water
first, followed by Kearney. Northeast is
Kearney
on their
emerges
final
second.
turn. Northeast is on their final turn, followed by McCook, followed by Kearney. And McCook is starting to edge out Kearney.
Looks like McCook will come in second and Kearney will come in third.
It'll be Northeast first, McCook second, and Kearney third, and Kearney fourth. Now for the boys' 200-yard freestyle relay. Heat 1. Scottsbluff Gehring are in lane 1. North Platte High School are in lane 2. Hastings is in lane 3. Kearney is in lane 4. GI is in lane 5. Pius is in lane 6. 7 is McCook. And lane 8 is Grand Island. Lanes to watch for are 4 and 5. They are 2 seconds apart. Oh, we're doing one more.
Yeah, we're doing
My bad.
4 finals.
Yeah.
We have Kearney in lane 3, Kearney in lane 4, and Kearney in lane 5.
My bad.
You're good.
Forgot where we were at. Wasn't marking it because we lost our pencil. Oh, there's our pencil.
It's right here.
That's fine. It will be Kearney in lane 4. The beginning.
Looks like Kearney in lane 4 is in first, lane 5 is in second, and lane 3 is in third. However, this time Kearney is in first, second, and third.
Because they're the only ones competing.
Exactly.
It will be Kearney in lane 4.
First to
Then
touch the
Kearney
wall.
in lane 5. Then Kearney in lane 3 for placings. And they are halfway done with this 200-yard race.
Kearney in lane 4 to touch the water first. Lane 5 to touch the water second. And lane 3 to touch it third. Lane 4 hit the wall first. Lane 5, then lane 3. Lane 4 is on their final stretch.
And Kearney lane 4 will take first, and followed by, it'll be Kearney in lane 5 to touch the wall on the opposite side, second, and then Kearney in lane 3.
Looks like Kearney in lane
Fifth.
3 is catching up though a little bit. It's going to be close. I think lane 5 has got this though. Kearney in lane 5
be-
coming in
yep.
second.
Kearney in lane 5, and then Kearney in lane 3. Now we're on the boys' 200
There we
yard
go.
freestyle relay. In lane 1, Scottsbluff Gehring. In lane 2, North Platte. In lane 3, Hastings. In lane 4, Kearney. Lane 5, GI. In lane 6, Pius. In lane 7, McCook High School. And in lane 8, GI. Lanes to look for are 4 and 5, as they are only 2 seconds apart. They are only 2 seconds apart.
What very
4
close
and
for
5. It'll be Kearney to hit the water first, and Kearney with an early lead, followed by Hastings, and then it looks like Grand Island. Hard to tell, though. It'll be Kearney, followed by GI by Hastings. Yep.
Then Pius.
We're going top 3.
Hey, Grand Island touched the water first, then Kearney, then Pius, then Hastings.
It'll be Kearney, followed by GI, followed by Hastings as your top 3 at the halfway mark. It's Kearney to hit the water first, followed by Grand Island, followed by Hastings, and Pius trying to make a comeback. It'll be Kearney to hit the wall first, followed by Grand Island, followed by Hastings and Pius. Pius is making up a little bit of ground on Hastings.
Looks like Pius might pull ahead of Hastings right here. Kearney to hit the water first, then Grand Island, then Pius, then Hastings at the exact same time.
It'll be Kearney to the other end first, followed by Grand Island, followed by
Hastings
Pius,
and Pius at the exact same
and
time.
Hastings. It's Kearney to take first, Grand Island to take second, and we're going to have to go to the board
are gonna
here.
Be very close.
3 and 6.
Looks
It'll
like
be
Pius
Pius.
hit first. All right, for Heat 2 of 3, we have Pius in lane 1, Hastings in lane 2, Lincoln Northeast in lane 3, Hastings in lane 4, Scotts Bluff in lane 5, Grand Island in lane 6, and Hastings in lane 7, no lane 8.
Lanes to look for are lane 4, Hastings.
Quiet at the start, please. Quiet at the start.
And they're off.
It'll be Hastings and Lincoln Northeast to the turn first.
Looks like Hastings
It'll be
touched the water first.
Hastings and Pius as top 3. It'll be Hastings and then Pius. It'll be Hastings lane 4 to touch the water first, followed by Hastings in lane 2 and then Pius. Pius trying to make up some ground on Hastings and does.
Looks like Pius is ahead of Hastings by just a hair for second place.
It'll be Hastings, Pius, Hastings.
Hastings in lane 4 to hit the water first.
Hastings to the 3/4 mark first, followed by Pius, followed by Hastings. It'll be Hastings to the
wall.
It'll be Hastings to the wall, followed by Pius, followed by Hastings. Hastings will take first, followed by Pius, who will take second, and then followed by Hastings, who will take third.
Followed by, it looks like Grand Island, then Northeast.
and heat 3 of 3 for the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. Lane 3 as Kearney, lane 4 Kearney, and lane 5 as North Platte. We're waiting here to get started. Maybe a time issue. Let's see. Might be a timer issue. Nope, here we go.
Heat number 3.
Here we go.
Kearney
Heat
in
number
lane
3.
Kearney in lane 3, Kearney in lane 4, and North Platte in lane 5.
Looks
It will
like
be
Kearney will
Kearney
take
lane
first.
4 into water at first, then Kearney lane 3, and then North Platte. It will be Kearney to the wall, followed by Kearney, and followed by North Platte. It will be Kearney lane 4, followed by Kearney lane 3 into the water, and then North Platte. It will be Kearney to the wall, followed by Kearney, and then North Platte.
It'll be Kearney to lane 4 to hit the water first, followed by Kearney in lane 3, followed by North Platte. Kearney to hit the wall first in
It'll
lane
be Kearney
4.
at the 3/4 mark, and then Kearney at the 3/4 mark. It will be Kearney lane 4, followed by Kearney lane 3,
All on their final stretch.
and then North Platte.
Looks like
It'll
Kearney in
be
lane 4 will
Kearney
take
to the
first.
final turn. And then Kearney to the final turn. Kearney lane 4 will take first. Kearney lane 3 will take second. And then North Platte will take third. Third. As I believe we might take a break after this race, because I don't see any of them and all the judges are leaving. So
We'll be taking a 10-minute break.
we will take a 10-minute break
We will be back
here
in
on the
4.
Bearcat Sports Network, brought to you by Pinnacle Bank.
Well, all my dreams are sweet.
Life is about waking up to a brand new dream. We're the local bank that's with you, wherever it leads, because we're more than a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank.
And hello and welcome back to the Bearcat Sports Network, brought to you by Pinnacle Bank. We are coming back from the 10-minute break. We'll start here in about 2 minutes. We are starting with the 19th race, the girls' 100-yard backstroke. This is the 19th race out of 24. How do you think the day has been going, Benaiah?
I think it's been going pretty good. All the races have been doing well. There haven't been, I don't think, any injuries.
No? And it's good when it's good that we get a break, because it's like 80 degrees in here, and when we went and watched some basketball, because you can check that out on strive.tv, but we went and watched basketball. It's probably at least 40 degrees cooler.
Yeah, it's so hot in here, and
Courtside
humid too.
seats too. Hey.
Yep.
It's good. Auburn versus Broken Bow is a game that just started.
Yep.
Literally, tip-off was 5 minutes ago. Here we go. They're calling all the swimmers out of the pool. We are getting ready to start. Girls 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1 is Eliza Kofri from Pius. In lane 2 is Nia Phil from GI. In lane 3 is Leah Spencer from McCook. In lane 4 is Lily Brennan from GI. In lane 5, it's Hannah Dankert from GI. In lane 6, it's Isabel Owens from Pius. In lane 7, it's Laura Dietz from Kearney. And in lane 8, Maggie Trinkle. Lanes to look for are 3, 4, 5, as they are about a second apart of each other. We're getting ready to start, but we need judges, timers to do that, as there are none behind the launchers. The racers are almost set. We're just waiting on the timers.
Looks like most of them are getting to their spots.
Almost all set.
Event number 19, girls 100-yard backstroke, heat 1 of 3.
And here we go. We're all set and ready. They're in the water. We're getting ready to go. They're going to
Launch off soon.
ready. And they're off. This is a 100, so that is down, back, down, back. Grand Island and McCook off with an early lead. Grand Island and McCook. 1, 2, and 3 right there. It'll be Grand Island to the wall, followed by McCook, followed by Grand Island, with Pius hot on their heels.
Absolutely. First, second, third, and fourth are all very close.
It'll be Grand Island to the wall first, followed by McCook, followed by Grand Island and Pius. They are in the home stretch right now, and it is getting loud. The Kearney fans are going crazy. It'll be Grand Island to touch first, followed by McCook, followed by Grand Island as your 1, 2, 3. In the next heat, in lane 1, we have Kennedy Shores from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 2, Jaden Oshner from Hastings. In lane 3, Chloe Weller from Kearney. In lane 4, Izzy Cervani from Hastings. In lane 5, Kenley Kottmeyer from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 6, Taylor Province from Kearney. In lane 7, Reina Siri from Lincoln Northeast. And in lane 8, Avery Pedato from Scottsbluff Gehring. Lanes to look for are 4, 5, and 6. It'll be Hastings and Lincoln Northeast to take an early lead here, followed by Kearney and Kearney. It will be lane 2. Hastings overtaking Hastings. It'll be Hastings first to the wall, followed by Hastings, followed by Lincoln Northeast, Kearney. Top 4 right there. It's Hastings and Hastings neck and neck, followed by Lincoln Northeast and Kearney just barely behind them. And they're in the home stretch right now, the final turn. It'll be Hastings, Lincoln Northeast, and Kearney. It'll be Hastings, Lincoln Northeast, and Hastings. It'll come down to a wall here.
Holy cow, all 3 of them are so close.
It'll come down to the wall, and it will be lane 5, Lincoln Northeast, followed by Hastings, followed by Hastings. Good comeback from Lincoln Northeast in the final turn.
Absolutely it was.
And in the third heat, the girls' 100-yard backstroke, you got Allie Jansen from Hastings in lane 1, Emily Reyes from Scottsbluff-Gehring in lane 2. In lane 3, Cassidy Snyder from North Platte. In lane 4, Aspen Levente from North Platte. In lane 5, Maddie Schmelker from GI. In lane 6, Peyton Fix from Scottsbluff GI, or Scottsbluff-Gehring. And then in lane 7, Cecilia Oldenburg from Pius. It looks like we will be missing a lane 6.
That would be Peyton Fix.
Yeah. Oh, there. Just jumped into the water right there. It'll be Pius, Grand Island, and North Platte with an early lead. It'll be North Platte starting to pull away. North Platte followed by Pius, followed by Grand Island at the wall.
North Platte and Pius are pretty close to each other.
It'll be North Platte, Pius, and Grand Island, top 3. It'll be North Platte to the wall at the halfway mark, followed by Pius. And then there's a big group between Hastings, Scottsbluff-Gehring, North Platte, and Grand Island for third. It'll be North Platte, Pius, and Grand Island as your 1, 2, 3. North Platte is starting to pull away from that mid group right there. It'll be North Platte to the last turn, followed by Pius. It'll be Grand Island to the turn third.
It's getting pretty loud in here.
It'll be North Platte first.
Looks like Pius will take second.
And it could be Grand Island or North Platte or Hastings. It's anybody's race.
Looks like Grand Island.
Grand Island is starting to pull away right at the finish line. And it will be Grand Island third. Next race is the boys' 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1, you have Brody Darnell from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 2, you have Andrew Walsh from Kearney. In lane 3, you have Cooper Lebhart from North Platte. In lane 4, you have Ethan Kinney from Kearney. In lane 5, you have Jared Kofi from Pius. In lane 6, you have Josh Miller from Kearney. In lane 7, you have Dion Nguyen from Scottsbluff-Gehring. And then in lane 8, you have Calvin Fan from GI. Top times are 3, 4, and 5. They are all about 2 seconds apart of each other. And it'll be Kearney, Pius, and Grand Island up out of the water first.
Looks like Kearney's in first.
It'll be Kearney pulling away, followed by Pius, followed by... it looks like Grand Island. It'll be Kearney, Pius, and North Platte. North Platte is overtaking Kearney and Grand Island. It will be Kearney, Pius, and then North Platte to hit the wall. 1, 2, 3 right there. Kearney starting to inch his lead more and more. He's to the final turn right now. Kearney will hit the wall first, followed by Pius, and followed by North Platte. They're in the home stretch right now. Kearney has about a body length lead on Pius. And Kearney will hold on to the lead. It'll be Kearney first, Pius second, and North Platte third. In Heat 2 of the boys' 100-yard backstroke, you got Hayden Norgod from McCook High School in lane 1. In lane 2, you have Blazon Mooney from McCook High School. In lane 3, you have Jacob Tassmeyer from Pius. In lane 4, you have Robert Schmidt from Hastings. In lane 5, you have Evan Skalka from GI. In lane 6, you have Evan Jones from North Platte. In lane 7, you have Adam Kramer from Lincoln Northeast. And in lane 8, you have Ray Riley from Hastings. Lanes to look for are 4 and 5 as they are 0.4 off of each other. And it'll be Hastings, Pius, and lane 2 of McCook. It'll be Hastings, McCook, and Pius as 1, 2, 3. Hastings hit first, followed by McCook and Pius. Hastings is growing its lead. Hastings 1, Pius 2, McCook 3. It's all really close in the middle group. Hastings is slowly pulling away. It'll be Hastings 1, Pius 2, McCook, or Grand Island. Grand Island has caught up to the group now. It'll be Hastings to the final turn first, followed by Pius. It'll be Hastings, Pius, and then it looks like Grand Island will beat him there. It'll be Hastings, Pius, Grand Island. Oh, but McCook is making a little bit of a comeback right now in the final stretch. It'll be Hastings 1, Pius 2.
Looks like it'll be McCook 3.
Could be McCook or Grand Island. It looks like McCook. It'll be Hastings 1, Pius 2, McCook 3.
And for the third heat, we have on lane 2, Ethan Spencer from McCook. We have Max Newman from Pius. We have Drew Worm from Kearney. We have Anthony Ramirez from Grand Island. We have Kevin Chen from Scotts Bluff. And we have Diego Jose Magdaleno from Scotts Bluff as well.
Gehring, Scotts Bluff Gehring. Lanes to look for are 4 and 5 as they are 2 seconds apart.
Looks as though lane 1 is missing.
Lane 1 is missing because there's nobody in that lane. Nobody's designated for that lane. And it will be, looks like lane 2, McCook High School having a huge lead. Coming into the first turn, followed by Pius, followed by Kearney. McCook is inching its lead out to Pius. Out against Pius, I mean. It'll be McCook to the wall, followed by Pius at the halfway mark. And then it's Kearney, or lane 7. Scotts Bluff Gehring for third. And it'll be McCook to the wall first, followed by Pius. And Scotts Bluff Gehring is slowly inching their lead on Kearney. And it'll come down to the end. It'll be McCook to finish first. Pius to finish second. And Scotts Bluff Gehring at the wall, followed by Kearney. Kearney is slowly inching back. Might have just barely ran out of space there, but it will be Scotts Bluff Gehring as 3.
Sorry, I messed up my wording at the beginning. It looked like it was a lane 8 that was missing.
And 1.
And 1.
And in Heat 4, we got Dylan Levante from North Platte, Vincent Condre from Hastings, and Trenton Toki from Hastings.
Heat number 4.
And it'll be Hastings first out of the gate, followed by North Platte, and followed by Hastings. And North Platte is overtaking Hastings. North Platte to the wall, followed by Hastings. Followed by Hastings. It'll be North Platte, Hastings, Hastings as your 1, 2, 3. And North Platte is to the halfway mark first, followed by Hastings. And Hastings is to the halfway mark. North Platte is to the 3/4 on the last turn in the home stretch.
Hastings is now in the home stretch.
It will be North Platte first, Hastings second,
And
and
third.
Hastings third. The next race is the girls 100 breaststroke. In Heat 1 of 3, Lane 1, Mia Roberts from Lincoln Northeast. Lane 2, Lily Wilson from GI. Lane 3, Lillian Sapel from Pius. Lane 4, Kaylee Barty from Kearney. Lane 5, Gracie Wilson from Grand Island. Lane 6, Caitlin Musil from Hastings. Lane 7, Ivy Brendenkamp from Pius. And lane 8, Kerrigan Shaw from McCook High School. Lanes to watch are 4 and 5 as they are 2 seconds apart. They are 2 seconds apart. Lane 4 and 5, Grand Island and Kearney. And they're into the water. Grand Island hits first, followed by Kearney. It'll be Kearney, though, with a lead over Grand Island and Pius. It'll be Kearney, Grand Island, Pius as your 1, 2, 3. Kearney will touch first at the halfway, followed by Grand Island Pius. It'll be Kearney 1 to the home stretch, followed by Grand Island, followed by Pius. Kearney slowly inching out their lead on Grand Island. it will be Kearney 1, Grand Island 2, Pius 3. And in heat 2, the girls 100-yard breaststroke. It'll be Nicole O'Donnell from Pius in lane 1. Lane 2 will be Cami Kasky from Kearney. In lane 3, it'll be Lucy Fago from Hastings. In lane 4, it'll be Emma Graff from McCook High School. In lane 5, it'll be Sydney Hatch from North Platte. In lane 6, it'll be Megan Cricken from Scottsbluff-Garing. In lane 7, it'll be Lindy Friedrich from North Platte. And in lane 8, it'll be Jessa Ellison from Kearney. Lanes to watch are 3, 4, 5. It'll be McCook, North Platte into the water first, but Hastings taking a quick lead. McCook is taking that lead back though. McCook will be first to the wall. It'll be McCook first to the wall, followed by North Platte, followed by Hastings and Kearney there in the mix. McCook is slowly inching out their lead. It'll be McCook, North Platte, and Kearney coming into the wall first. The halfway mark, it'll be McCook leaving first, followed by North Platte, followed by Hastings and Kearney, equal. It's McCook, North Platte, Hastings, Kearney, all vying for that second place spot. It's all even right now. It's McCook to the home stretch turn right away. Be McCook first, North Platte, and Kearney. It'll be McCook, and then Kearney and Hastings. It'll be McCook to the wall first. McCook to the wall first, followed by lane 3, Hastings, followed by lane 2, Kearney. And in heat 3 of the girls' 100-yard breaststroke will be Mackenzie Baum from Scottsbluff-Garing in lane 1. Selena Exner from Hastings in lane 2. Presley Lithenthal from Grand Island in lane 3. Isabel Condon Mazki from Lincoln Northeast in lane 4. In lane 5, Ella Budette from Lincoln Northeast in lane 5. Emma Nickman from Kearney in lane 6. Olivia Wharton from Scottsbluff-Garing in lane 7. And Aspen Cheek in Scottsbluff-Garing in lane 8. And it'll be Lincoln Northeast and Northeast into the water first. Northeast with a big lead, followed by Northeast and Grand Island, it looks like. It'll be Northeast to the wall first. Or North Platte, sorry. No, Northeast. It'll be Northeast, followed by Scottsbluff-Garing and Scottsbluff-Garing in the top of your screen. It'll be Lincoln Northeast to the wall first at the halfway mark, followed by Scottsbluff-Garing and Scottsbluff-Garing. Lincoln Northeast is slowly inching their lead more and more. It'll be Lincoln Northeast to the final turn, followed by Scottsbluff-Garing and Scottsbluff-Garing. It'll be Lincoln Northeast here to finish first, followed by Scottsbluff-Garing, and it looks like Lincoln Northeast has passed Scottsbluff-Garing. It'll be lane 7, Scottsbluff-Garing as second, and then lane 4, Lincoln Northeast at third. Now for the boys' 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 1, you have Maddox check from Scottsbluff Gearing. In lane 2, Jacob Hawes from Hastings. In lane 3, Jack Aldridge from Pius in lane 3. In lane 4, Luke Dankert from GI. In lane 5, Eli Validol from Pius. In lane 6, Levi Eppins from Lincoln Northeast. In lane 7, Blake Parks from Kearney. And in lane 8, Jacob Silo from Grand Island. Lanes to watch are 4 and 5, Grand Island and Pius. It'll be Pius first into the water, though. It'll be Pius, Grand Island, and Hastings in the lead. It'll be Grand Island first to the wall, followed by Pius, followed by Hastings. It'll be Grand Island, Pius, and then Lincoln Northeast or Hastings. It could go either way there. It'll be Grand Island, Pius, and Lincoln Northeast up there in lane 6. It'll be Grand Island to the final turn, followed by Pius, followed by Lincoln Northeast. It'll be Grand Island, Pius, and then either Lincoln Northeast, Pius, or Hastings for third. And it is getting really loud in here, Benaya.
It absolutely is.
It'll be Grand Island first, Pius second, Pius third as well. Pius take second and third. In Heat 2, we have Xander Urmacher from Hastings. We have Sam Rich in lane 2 from Kearney. We have Matthew Trejo from Grand Island in lane 3. In lane 4, we have Joe Barenberg from McCook High School. In lane 5, we have Kevin Bantam from McCook High School. In lane 6, we have Noah Short from North Platte. In lane 7, we have Andrew Dieter from Pius. And then in lane 8, we have Connor During from Grand Island. Lanes to watch are 4, 5, 6. And whistle has blown. Whistle has blown, but nobody has stopped, so I guess they're continuing on. It'll be Grand Island, followed by McCook and North Platte. It'll be Grand Island first to the halfway mark, followed by North Platte and then McCook. It'll be Grand Island, North Platte, McCook in that order. McCook is gaining some ground on North Platte. It'll be Grand Island to the final turn, followed by North Platte, then McCook. It'll be close for second and third here. It'll be Grand Island, and then North Platte and McCook, it looks like. It'll be Grand Island, followed by lane 4, McCook, and then lane 6, North Platte for your 1, 2, 3 positions. And for the boys, 100-yard breaststroke, Heat 3.
We have Ethan Graff from McCook. We have Peyton Ashley from Hastings. We have Hans Bastrom from Scotts Bluff. We have Luke Tegtemeyer from North Platte. We have Leon Renard from Lincoln Northeast. We have Evan Reiber from Hastings. And we have Michael Woodrick from Pius.
Lanes to watch are 4. And it'll be North Platte, and then followed by Pius, and then lane 1, which I believe is McCook. It'll be North Platte to the wall, followed by Pius, followed by McCook. It'll come down to the wire here between North Platte, Pius, and McCook. It's all really close up at the front. Pius is starting to inch the lead forward. It's almost a stroke. It's about a stroke length. It'll be Pius to the halfway mark, followed by North Platte, followed by McCook. And Pius has improved his lead by a lot just from that one turn. Pius will come into the final turn. Pius will come into the final turn first, followed by North Platte, followed by McCook.
Looks like Pius is going to win this one. The second place being North Platte and McCook coming in third.
It'll be Pius at number 1, North Platte at number 2, and McCook at number 3. And now we have the two funnest. I don't think funnest is a word, but to describe these races, they are the best. The 400-yard relay, because that is when all the fans, including everyone that's sitting behind us right now, will all stand up and cheer as loudly as they can. So it's just really loud. It's just a really fun environment, I guess you could say.
Fun, then.
It should, yes. It should.
And loud, but
it'll be loud. We might have to turn down our mics or mute them, but probably not. But everyone behind us will all stand up and cheer as loudly as they can because it's the final 2 races of the day.
Right. All right, so with the girls 400-yard freestyle relay, we have Hastings in 1, we have Pius in 2, we have McCook in 3, we have Grand Island in 4, Lincoln Northeast in 5, Kearney in 6, North Platte in 7, and Scottsbluff in 8.
It's already getting loud. As you can see through the camera, the pool is lined with every participant that played or competed in today. So it will be, this is going to be a close race throughout the entire time because all of their times are all so close. Grand Island just barely leads their times. It will be Grand Island followed by Kearney or Lincoln Northeast. The top group is really close right now. It'll be Grand Island to the halfway mark, I believe. Halfway mark of their swim, yes.
Okay, looks like Grand Island and North Platte and McCook are very close to each other for second.
It will be, it'll be Grand Island to the wall, followed by Lincoln Northeast, followed by Kearney. Here we go. This is just the first 100 yards, and it is already loud.
It is.
Imagine the last 100.
Looks like
It'll be Grand Island
first, then Kearney, then North Platte, then McCook.
North Platte, Lincoln Northeast. It'll be Grand Island.
Yep.
Leading right now is Grand Island, followed by Kearney, followed by Lincoln Northeast, then McCook bringing up 4th. But McCook is not out of it. McCook is definitely not out of it.
It looks like all 3, Kearney, Northeast, and Grand Island are getting very close.
And here we go, halfway mark of their swim. It will be Grand Island, then Lincoln Northeast, then Kearney.
You can
then
already
McCook
tell how loud it's getting.
McCook is catching up. Everyone is on their feet. It will be Grand Island and Lincoln Northeast at the wall at the same time, followed by Kearney, then McCook. And here comes the third person of their swim.
All right, it looks like
it will be Grand Island.
Lincoln Northeast to hit the water first.
It will be Lincoln Northeast, followed by Grand Island, followed by Kearney, followed by McCook as your top 4. Lincoln Northeast and Grand Island having their own battle up there for first and second, and Kearney and McCook are having their own battle for third and fourth. It'll be Lincoln Northeast starting to pull away. Grand Island is making up some ground though.
They're halfway through there.
Halfway through the swim. Lincoln Northeast has about a stroke length on Grand Island. Then Kearney about a body length from the 2 leaders. And McCook about a stroke length from Kearney. And coming into the final turn of the 300, it'll be Lincoln Northeast, followed by Grand Island, followed by Kearney and McCook.
You can see the coaches in the back jumping up and down.
This is a big race right here.
Absolutely.
And it will be
Northeast first,
then Grand Island. Northeast, Grand Island, then Kearney, then McCook. It'll be Northeast pulling McCook barely. Then Kearney barely pulling McCook. It'll be Lincoln Northeast starting to edge its lead out on Grand Island.
Absolutely. Looks like Northeast
And Kearney and McCook are neck and neck.
We're on the
It's
last
going to come into
stretch
this
right here.
last turn. Halfway, like one more down and back. Northeast is starting to edge the lead against Grand Island.
All right.
It will be Northeast to the turn first, followed by Grand Island and then McCook. McCook has overtaken Kearney.
It looks like
It will be Lincoln Northeast finishing third. McCook might even pass Grand Island.
looks like McCook.
It'll be Lincoln
McCook passes
Northeast
Grand Island.
followed by McCook. Lincoln Northeast followed by McCook, followed by Grand Island, then Kearney rounding out the end. What a race.
Absolutely.
What a race. But you can hear how it was so loud during the race. The race is still going. It's still very loud, but like, whew.
During those
Man.
final stretches, that was
Those, yeah, everyone was up on their feet. Everyone was cheering, like, yelling to go faster. Oh, and we have a special guest here, Mr. Goff.
Hey, Goff.
We're on the last race. It was loud and our eardrums are damaged.
I know it. Guys, again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in to the Bearcat Sports Network today. As we brought you the Kearney High School Swim and Dive Invite, Cannon Rath and I just kind of go walk in, and we just kind of watch that last race there, and that was a good match race there.
Oh, the upsets. 'Cause Grand Island's favored by about
Northeast
a
and
minute.
Grand Island there, but boy, tell you, whoever's in lane was lane 3 come
McCook.
McCook. Boy, their girl, that anchor leg, she was flying there.
Oh, yeah.
But let's finish it up here. And, I always want to hear, and I want to give a shout out to my family members here. Maggie and Kaylin Trankel, they're Kearney High swimmers, and families and relatives.
After asking him 3 times.
So Grandma and Grandpa
I forget it.
Trankel are watching in Scotts Bluff, Mary and Cecil. Hope to see you guys again real soon. Glad you guys tuned in here. And we're back here. Asher, Benaya,
Yep.
What's up?
last event of the day. You
Oh,
guys
yeah.
got the call.
All right.
Okay.
I'll let you know
In lane
more.
1, we got McCook. Lane 2, Lincoln Northeast. Lane 3, Kearney. Lane 4, Pius. Lane 5, Grand Island. Lane 6, Scottsbluff Gehring. Lane 7, Hastings. And lane 8, North Platte.
Fastest qualifying time comes in as from who?
Pius and Grand Island at 3:26.
Oh wow.
Tied.
What's the Kearney fast qualifying time?
Kearney fastest qualifying time is 3:34, just 8 seconds slower, but they're holding pace with them right now.
Well, that's the whole thing is because sometimes, some relays, they match up differently throughout the season so far. So
Yeah, it'll be Grand Island coming into this turn,
Looks like
followed by
Grand Island,
Pius
Pius,
and
and
Kearney. Grand Island, Pius, Kearney. This will probably be the top 3 right here, but it could go either way. It could change. It'll be Grand Island into the water, followed by Pius, followed by Kearney. And Pius has gained some ground on
Oh,
Grand
wow.
Island.
Looks like Pius is going to pass Grand Island right
and
here.
Pius passed
Looks like Pius in
Island.
first, Grand Island in
That's
second,
Pius,
and
Grand
Kearney in third.
Island,
that's a great
Kearney.
first 25 leg for the Pius swimmer. He just absolutely blew by everybody.
He absolutely
And
did.
it's starting
Look
to
at Kearney.
get loud.
Look at Kearney.
Kearney's
Now moved into
catching
number
up.
2.
It goes Pius, Grand Island, Kearney. Kearney's just
Carney's almost
barely.
about
Oh,
to
there
come
we
to
go.
second. Looks
It
like
goes Pius, Kearney, Grand Island, and it's starting to get loud. We're halfway through the relay. It's starting to get really loud in here.
Pius is staying in the lead with Grand Island and Kearney neck and neck, right
Pius
next to
is
each other.
edging their lead. And then it goes Kearney, Grand Island. It'll be Pius first into the water for the 3rd leg, followed by Kearney and
then
Grand
Grand
Island.
Oh,
Kearney
great
has made
start
up
by
some
Kearney.
ground.
Kearney just closed about a half a lap length on that takeoff there.
And it goes.
I think it's Ethan Kinney in the pool right now for Kearney.
Oh yeah. It goes Pius, Kearney, Grand Island. Kearney is making up some ground on Pius.
Ethan Kinney now, he went in, I think he came in about 2 lengths, about maybe 1 3/4 down. He's back down. He's in a half a length knee. Kearney's trying to inch it up.
It looks like Kearney's about to take first.
It's going to come down to who touches the wall first.
That usually does happen when you're winners.
And
in the last 25.
And it'll be Kearney overtaking Pius.
Kearney will go into the anchor leg with the lead.
And it will
What a third leg by Ethan Kinney.
And it will be Kearney into the water, followed by Pius and Grand Island.
Can senior Logan Arnold bring it home? Great start. Logan Arnold went in about a quarter length lead, and now he's up to 1.
Kearney's got a good lead here against Pius. Oh, Pius has gained a little bit of ground.
Good turn on that first 25.
We're coming into the half fourth leg turn. And it'll be Kearney, then Pius, then Grand Island.
The final 50.
Kearney's about a half.
Good turn by Logan Arnold. He's starting to kick it in, and he's starting to move away.
It'll be Kearney to the wall first, followed by Pius. And Pius has got to turn the burners on here.
Yep, looks like Kearney's got
It'll
this.
be Kearney.
Pius coming in second,
It's
Grand
going
Island
Kearney,
in third.
Kearney, Pius, Grand Island. It'll be Kearney to touch the wall first. And the crowd erupts.
Crowd goes
followed
wild.
by Pius and Grand Island as top 3.
Nice time there by Logan. Kearney drastically improved the time to winning time of 3:22. 3:22.09 for Kearney. Again, early prelim times don't matter a whole lot because teams will start to figure out their relays. As other teams come in, Lincoln North just touches in 5th.
And Kearney just missed the Bearcat record, actually, by
It
about
is
7 seconds. It just barely missed the 400-yard freestyle relay. About by 7 seconds.
That's quite a bit of time in a pool.
It was close, though.
It's a nice swim by Kearney High School. And that record was set
2004.
Yep, 2004. Well, Adam Beckman, who he was a multiple state champion, and he ended up swimming for for Wyoming. Was on that team. Adam holds numerous Kearney High School records.
Numerous, yeah. And it will be lane 6, Hastings, or Scotts Bluff, Gehring to finish up here. And it'll be Kearney to win the boys 400-yard freestyle relay. They came in 8 seconds behind the leaders, Grand Island.
Right.
But they made up some ground.
A lot of it varies, again, on the team they put together, whether it's again, thank you guys for everybody for tuning in. And that concludes our KHS swim and dive invite. See everybody kind of cool down period. See some of the swimmers jump into the pool for cool down. Get that lactic acid, as always the swimmers like to do it there.
That's what we should do because we're sweating up a storm up here.
It's a little warm it's warm in the auditorium here at Kearney High School. Yeah, I bet you guys probably sweat a few pounds off today in here.
Probably.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I probably gained a few with all the food I've eaten.
Yeah.
Again, we're gonna thank you guys for tuning in. The swimmers are kind of like everybody's getting their gear up and going to probably head out. Weather's cooperated, so they're not bad there. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in tonight or tuning in today to Kearney High School Swim and Dive Invite. We're trying to figure out a schedule to maybe broadcast another swim or dive invite here at Kearney High School. We just got to work on our schedule at the time here. All right, guys, any last words here before we kick out for the day?
What a day. What a day. Yeah. And then we got basketball tonight as well.
Yeah, we got girls basketball game. Probably Kearney High School tip off about 9 o'clock tonight in the girls
9 o'clock
girls showcase. That will not be on our Strive network since it's a girls showcase. Girls showcase. But we just got confirmation our own Kearney High alum, Cannon Rath, who's just taking the microphone right now. Cannon's going to be calling the game on Strive. Hey, Cannon, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
It's been a fun one here at Kearney High School. You got swimming, you got the Nebraskan girls basketball showcase going on in the gym. And
yep.
I've been here since 8 o'clock. I did the first 4 games. I get a little break, and then some strings moved. But, yes, I will be on the call for the girls basketball game, be the color commentator with Jack. I do not know Jack's last name.
That's all right.
But he's a junior out of the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Him and if you do Heartland Hoops Classic, him and Jeff actually have worked together before.
All right, guys. Again, thank you guys for everybody tuning in today. Bearcat Sports Network brought to you by Pinnacle Bank. All their support, and we're going to kick out here. Again, have a great day, and we'll see you soon.